Oh, hello everyone. We will wait 5 more minutes for other participants to join. Well, in meantime, you can explore our social media handles, and it will be great help if you can give a review on Google. Hello everyone. We are starting with the session as the time limit is over, and other participants can join simultaneously. Well, before starting with the introduction, let me know if I'm audible to you and my voice is clear.
Yes, yes, we are able to
Uh,
hear your voice.
yes, thank you, thank you. I hope my screen is visible too.
Yes.
Okay. Well, firstly, good morning everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Saili Dare, and it's a pleasure to welcome you all in this webinar. Microsoft Migrate SQL Workloads to Azure. Well, today's goal is to provide you with actionable knowledge and strategies. Also, we encourage you to participate by asking questions and engage with us throughout the session. Well, I'd like to introduce you to the Synergetics. Synergetics is a sponsor of this event. So Synergetics is a leading training company that helps professionals and businesses to stay ahead in technology. Synergetics is specialized in teaching Microsoft 365, Copilot AI, and cloud computing through expert-led courses, hands-on workshop, and certification program. Well, Synergetics' goal is to make learning practical and impactful, equipping individuals with the skills they need to succeed in fast-changing digital world. Well, these are some master solutions that Synergetics offer. That is persona-based onboarding, onboarding add-on, certification add-on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre-sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. Well, today's webinar is also organized by ATC community, that is Azure Tech community, and sponsored by Synergetics on behalf of Microsoft. Well, this community is open to all who are eager and interested to learn and explore emerging technology. What you have to do, you just need to follow our groups on Meetup. I have already shared the social media platforms link in the chat box. You can follow us via them. Well, today's speaker is this will be the agenda for today's webinar. Well, there is a small code of conduct which everyone need to follow. So please take a note that no one can take any screenshot of this presentation or this presentation shared by this speaker. Or do not record this webinar, as we will provide you the recording via mail, or we will also upload this recording on the social media platforms or YouTube channel. Well, do follow us on our social media so you can keep yourself up to date. You can receive our updates like about the workshops, about offers, and about the upcoming courses and sessions. Well, thank you everyone for your attention to my words. I'll be there to help you throughout this webinar. Also, if you are facing with any technology or tech issues, you can just keep in the chat box, or you can unmute yourself or raise your hand and ask your questions by switch on mic. Well, thank you everyone. There will be announcement in the break and at the end of the session. So attend the session till end. Well, now, Mahesh sir, Mahendra sir, you can take the charge from here.
Yeah. Thank you, Saili. So, hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Mahendra Shinde, and I hope I'm audible to all of you right now. Yes. Yes, yes. Yeah. Okay. Just give me a minute. So, as it was mentioned by Saili, What we'll do is we will start with data services which are currently available on Azure. Okay. And then we will discuss the migration scenarios. So before we proceed, I just wanted to know like how many of you have experience or have used Microsoft Azure in past? Yeah. Yes. So we have quite few people who have already used Azure. Okay, that's really great. Okay, fine, fine. So VNet concept, Azure cloud basics. Right. Okay. Sorry. So let's get started uh, with the data services which are available on Azure, first of all, because in order to start migration, you will have to understand existing data services on Microsoft Azure platform, on the cloud platform, before you can start working on migration activities. Okay. So before we start, let me just share my screen. Uh, Once my screen is visible to all of you, just let me know. I hope my screen is visible now, everyone. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. So here we'll start. The very first thing we will be now discussing is first, let's just introduce to data services. How do you think applications store its data? Like, for example, let's say you are the application developers, or let's say you are the uh, one who built this application, right? You were the application builders, and this is the application you built, a so-called application that you have built, okay, whatever its name might be. And there are end users who will connect to this application, who will consume this application. Now, all the data that application stores or application internally uses, that data might be stored in some database here, okay, some kind of database. Yeah. Now, traditionally, traditionally, uh, maybe if you go 60 years back, 50 to 60 years back, okay, all the developers used to maintain their data in some kind of binary files. Data was managed by application itself. But then something changed. We got so many different types of dedicated applications that we call them database. We call database that started coming in picture. There were databases like Oracle DB, IBM DB, later Microsoft SQL Server Database, MySQL Database, MariaDB, PostgreSQL. Nowadays, there are so many different relational databases already present. Rather, relational databases themselves are becoming old, right? And legacy technology now. Do you know nowadays we have different category of databases being introduced now? Yeah. So is there anybody here who has worked with these relational databases like MySQL, MS SQL, MariaDB, any database for that matter? Yeah, MS SQL. Okay, so we have got few people here who have worked with MS SQL and one person with PostgreSQL, MongoDB only. Sahil, MongoDB is a non-relational database. It's a NoSQL database, a new generation of database. Fine. So databases became mainstream and almost every application developer used to delegate the task of managing data to a third-party application. Delegate the data management to a separate application, independent application, we call them database. Now you as a developer, you have to build applications logic, another part, implement the functionality, but data management will be done by a third-party service called a database. Earlier, before cloud, we used to have both the application and database within our data center. Okay, within our on-premise data center. Let's say this is the on-premise data center, and both your application and your database used to be within this particular data center. Now, the concept of data center was very simple. It was like you will have either you or your client. Okay, please remember you are building this application for certain client, right? See how many stakeholders are involved here. This is a client. You build this application for the client, right? You are developers. And guess what? There is also a third category of stakeholders who are end users, basically. End users is a totally different category. End users are one who actually use this application, right? It might be possible that your client and your end user might be the same one or might be different one. Like for example, let's say you are building e-commerce application for a client. You are building an e-commerce application for a client, and your client is like a DMart, let's say. They have a physical shopping centers or physical shops all across the country. And now they want a web-based application to reach their end user. Okay. So that particular company or that particular e-commerce platform or commerce platform, they are your client. You are building application for them. But the end users are all across the world, all across the country. People who are, regular customers of this particular client. So there are three different stakeholders involved. And now where do we host this particular application and its data? Where do you host this data center? Do you know there used to be three options now? Number one, you are developers, right? You are vendors, basically. For the client, you are the vendor. The one who provides the software is called software vendor. So now, client might expect you to maintain this data center. So you are the software vendor, you build the application, deploy it on your own data center on behalf of your client and make it accessible to end user. So data center managed by you. That is one scenario. Scenario number two, what if your client already has their own on-premise data center? Now, this is extremely rare, by the way. In few industries, it's possible. So what if client has their own data center? Then the application will be deployed on client's data center, right? Instead of vendor's data center. Or it could be a third party like cloud. What is cloud, by the way? What is cloud? Now, I'm not referring to clouds that we can see in sky. Here, the cloud here I'm referring to is cloud computing. Cloud platforms like Microsoft has Microsoft Azure, Google has GCP, Amazon has AWS, right? Even Oracle has their own cloud, Oracle Cloud. There are also some other platforms like DigitalOcean. All these are cloud platforms. What do they offer basically? Cloud platforms offer. Cloud platform offers their data centers to us, to software vendors and clients on rent, kind of. So instead of you managing a data center, you let data center or you let a vendor provide data center services for you. So you as a software vendor, you will build an application for your client, right? But that application, instead of deploying that application on your own data center or in client's data center, You deploy this application on a third-party vendor, a cloud platform's data center. Okay. Now I'll not go in what is benefit of cloud here, right? But just a small introduction. That's it. So we did that. So we have to now move both the application and database used by application onto the cloud, right? Now, let's try to understand what all different types of databases we maintain locally on-premise environment and how these databases are available on cloud platform. So let's see this. Typical on-premise data center typical on-premise data center, you will be using databases like this. You will have some kind of virtual machine or some kind of physical machine, or we can call it bare metal, bare metal machine, virtual or bare metal machine. Bare metal means the actual physical machine. Like all of you have logged into this Teams application either via your laptops or desktop. So that laptop and desktop is called bare metal machine. Okay. So your machine has certain operating system installed on it. Let's say, for example, you have a Windows OS installed. Okay. On top of this operating system, you have some RDBMS software installed on it. So let's say, for example, we have Microsoft SQL Server Developer Edition installed on it, right? And then on top of Microsoft SQL Developer, you have your databases deployed on it. So let's say, for example, you have a database called Sales DB, and you have, let's say, another database, let's say, called Inventory DB. Okay. So you can have multiple databases on top of that, basically, as simple as that. This is how a typical on-premise deployment looks like. And that's not the only way databases are deployed on-premise. There are other categories also. Like, for example, there might be another database here. Let's say you have Linux OS deployed. Now, distro specific, any generic distro. Now, I'm not specifying any particular distribution name. I'm just saying Linux OS. But please remember, there is no such OS called Linux OS. It has to be certain distribution like Ubuntu Linux, CentOS, Red Hat, etc. Linux is just a generic name. Yeah. And then on top of that, you have some open source database like Postgres SQL, right? And Postgres SQL, then you have a database on top of that. There are so many different options available there. Am I right? Now, there are some of you who have worked with more than one database as well. Yeah. Pani Kumar has mentioned MS SQL and PostgreSQL both. Okay. Yeah. So this is how we used to have our data centers, or this is how we used to have our own on-premise databases installed and managed. Yeah. And there are so many other databases as well. Now, if it is an on-premise data center, if it is your own data center managed and deployed on your own data center, you need a dedicated team to manage this database. Am I right? You need a dedicated administrators, right? You need a data IT operations team, system administration team, and database administrators as well to take care of all this, right? Yeah. You need a dedicated team for that. Why do you need dedicated team? Now, tell me one thing. What happens if a database is inaccessible or database is experiencing some kind of downtime? Tell me one thing, what will happen to your application if your database is not responding? Yes? Anyone? Hello? What happens if your database is down? What impact will it have to your applications? See, it is actually considered as a major incidence. Rajesh has mentioned it would be a major incidence, and Ritesh has mentioned application will not respond. Yes, Kriti has given a very technical answer. DB connection not established, data cannot be retrieved or updated by application. So in turn, database down, if database is going down, it will have a cascading effect on your application, and your application will equally be down. Now, let's make it even worse. What if you were using a shared database, right? What if an organization has multiple applications connected to a same database? There is more than one application sharing a single database. Now, if database goes down, all those applications that depends on that particular database will also go down, and that will have a cascading effect, kind of. Okay. Many a time when applications performance is very poor, when application is giving a very poor performance, you know what developers normally blame it on? Most of the developers will blame poor performance of application to its database. They'll say my application is very not performing at par because database is slow. Is that clear? Okay. Yeah. DB response is slow. That is the standard answer or standard blame from developers. And it's many a time it's true. Because over a period of time, your databases become slower and slower, and they need some kind of optimization. Over a period of time, databases, their performance keep going down. And if you do not properly maintain your databases, that will affect your application performance as well. And that's why I said in on-premise databases, you need a dedicated team of administrators. And even in this case of administration team, there are two set of administrators you need. Number one, you need a system administrators who will take care of virtual machine, operating system, and the software installed on that operating system. This will be taken care of by system administrators. But what about database itself? Database schema, tables, index, everything related to database. There is a separate, there is a different type of administrator you need, and that administrator is database administrator. You also need a DB admin. Now, DB admin will manage these two things. The databases which are deployed here, that is one thing. And yes, DB admin will also have access to this database software, whichever database software you might be using, like PostgreSQL or MS SQL. So you need a dedicated team to manage these things, right? A database administrator will take care of database only. A system administrator will take care of entire infrastructure, right from firewall, network, operating system, right? Even most of the time installing MS SQL database, installing MariaDB database, okay, is also done by the system administrators. DB administrators, they will manage the database software, most of the time the configuration, okay, and the databases inside it. I hope that makes sense. Clear? Yeah. So you need a dedicated team to manage all this thing. Now, what are the challenges in managing database? Anybody here who has worked as a data admin, database admin or system admin? Yep. Anyone? No? Fine. I'll explain you. Number one, availability. Okay. Database should always be available. Number two, redundancy. Okay. Or what you can say is you need to, many a time you need to perform or set up a database cluster, DB cluster. This will actually in turn increase the availability. Reliability means every time application need to connect with database, application should make sure the connection is established within a particular time frame, right? And backup and recovery. Okay. Now these are the main objectives for any of these teams. Now, what do you think? What happens? What happens if you move your database to cloud? Yeah. Why cloud is so popular now? It's because if you deploy your database or if you deploy anything on cloud, cloud has something called shared responsibility. Yeah, sorry. So we were discussing this. Sorry, I was on mute. So what I was saying is we have cloud-based services where cloud vendor actually offers some kind of a shared responsibility model. Now, what exactly is a shared responsibility model? Now, to understand shared responsibility model, what I will do is I will create a copy of this stack, put it here. Now, what if I tell you you don't need a system administrator, right? You just need a database admin. Now, you have your cloud vendor. Your cloud vendor will manage everything for you. Your cloud vendor will manage the database software installation. Now it actually depends on which cloud method you are using. And cloud vendor will also manage virtual machine, bare metal machine, whatever it is. And you just need a database admin to work with inventory and sales DB. Okay. These two things you will manage, your team will manage, right? And all the infrastructure related stuff will be managed by cloud. So this is a shared responsibility model where your responsibilities are now limited. Okay. Or cloud will take care of some of the responsibilities and you take care of other responsibilities. So it makes managing database and ensuring database availability a lot more easier for us. Now that's the reason why we should migrate to cloud or we should migrate our database to cloud. Okay. Understood the reason here? Shared responsibility model. This is called a shared responsibility model. A shared responsibility model basically allows you to take care of fewer things. You don't have to worry about almost everything. Yeah, but please remember this is applicable only if you use database as a service, a PaaS service, applicable to PaaS. What is PaaS? Platform as a service. Databases are also available as a IaaS, infrastructure as a service. If you use infrastructure as a service, then you have to manage the MS SQL developer package, or you have to install everything on your machine manually then. Is that clear? If you use infrastructure as a service model. Right now, I was talking about platform as a service model. This one was PaaS model. Let me share the diagram with you just for your reference. Okay, so let's share this. What I'll do is I'll just create a separate folder here. Just a minute. I'll share the file. Okay, looks like I don't have access to file sharing, but no worries. I have a way to share these files anyways. What I'll do is I'll just copy paste the image directly as an embedded object here. Wait a second, it's not letting me copy anything. Here it is. Check if you can see a diagram shared on a chat window. Hello? Okay, fine. Okay, I'll also share this diagram, the previous one, about an on-premise database. Okay, good. And this is a basic, we don't have to share. Okay, so one benefit of using cloud is responsibilities will be shared. Now, what are other benefits of deploying it on cloud? What are other benefits of deploying it on cloud? How do you make sure your application, your database is reliable and your database is available? To increase the database availability and reliability, what your administrator has to do now. Okay, now this is something we are getting little deeper into databases now, but not SQL and PLSQL part. Okay, the administration part. Yes, you also do not have to worry about licenses, Ritesh. But guess what? Guess what? Whatever amount you are paying to your cloud vendor, right? Per month, per day, however billing is set up, that amount includes the cost of database license. Only thing is you don't have to acquire licenses yourself. Okay. So let's say, for example, you have to increase availability of your database. How do you do that? You make sure there are multiple instances of database available, or there are multiple replicas of your database. Let's say this one is your data replica 1, DB replica 1. Then you have another replica, DB replica 2, okay, and DB replica 3. So you need to have three different copies, let's say, or maybe more than 3 as well. You have, let's say, 3 replicas of your database. How many replicas? 3 of them. Out of these 3 replicas, your first replica is, let's say, the primary one. This one is the primary database, and the other 2 replicas are secondary databases. Now, what happens when application connects to one of the database? App or users. What exactly happens when an application tries to connect the database? Application will try to connect database to the primary database instance here. Yes, this is the primary DB instance, right? But in case if required, if primary database is down, your application or your users will connect then to a secondary database. Okay, and this one is called replication. Data will keep replicating itself on all those database instances. So whatever changes you make to DB replica 1, same change will be replicated in DB replica 2 and DB replica 3. And what happens in case if primary is not accessible? Then you access one of the secondary. Okay, this you can say failover to secondary. Now, please remember the concept of this failover, failout depends on what kind of database you are using. Now, those who have used MS SQL, do you know about something called SQL always on? Hello?
Yes, it is always connect. The connection should be available for all the application. That is always on.
Yeah, SQL always on. But internally, SQL always on connection requires some database instances to be configured.
Yes, more
Yes,
than
Siley.
one instance should be connect
Yes.
available.
Okay, Siley, I guess Siley has to make some announcement here. Yes, Siley? Hello? Okay, we'll continue. Fine. So SQL always on is one such feature available in MS SQL. Other databases also have similar features, but please remember your database administrator and your system administrator together have to set it up. System administrator will make multiple instances available, multiple virtual machines, servers available, right? And database administrator has to actually enable SQL always on or relevant feature in those database instances. Okay. Now, what if I tell you in cloud, you don't have to worry about this setting up multiple instances on your own. It would be as easy as scaling it up by simply telling your Azure database or your Azure cloud platform that I want for this particular database. Yeah, it's okay. I want this particular database to have 3 copies. I want this database to have 4 copies. Just enter a number, click apply, and let your cloud vendor manage that for you. Is that clear? Yeah. So you don't have to manually set up that database clustering. You don't have to manually do the database replication, right? And you don't have to manually set up availability like this. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Manish Parikh, SQL always on is actually a feature inside SQL database. And when we say database cluster, it's the actual number of instances that you configure. Like you have multiple machines with the same database software installed on it, right? And typically in DB cluster, when we say DB cluster, it's a generic term. It might be a cluster of MS SQL databases. It might be a DB cluster of MySQL database. It might be a DB cluster of PostgreSQL database. Okay. Yeah. Fine. So basically, this is a generic database cluster I'm talking about right now. Yeah. And with cloud, you don't have to set up this type of cluster on your own. Cloud vendor will manage that. You just have to enable a feature. Okay. Now to show you an example, I just had a, what we call it, a database instance. I'm not sure if it is ready now. Yeah. My database instance will take some time to provision. Fine. So this is how the availability and reliability is taken care of. How does it actually increases reliability? If primary is down, you will be immediately connected to one of the secondaries that will start acting as a primary. And don't you think similar type of availability setup is also available to NoSQL databases as well nowadays? Like MongoDB also has this type of kind of primary and secondary instances setup. You can even create a cluster for NoSQL databases like MongoDB as well. Okay, fine. Yeah. So let's talk about the other different types of databases we get on Azure right now. So we understood that cloud provides better availability and scalability. Cloud provides more reliability as compared to your local on-premise databases. Please remember, it's not like local on-premise databases cannot provide availability, redundancy, reliability. They can, but it would be then your responsibility to maintain all these things. And you need a dedicated team working on your database, right? You need the resources. On cloud, it will be managed by cloud vendor. Okay, that's the difference. So now let's talk about what all different types of databases do you get with Azure. So I'm presenting a slide now. Basically, if you talk about Azure as a cloud platform, you will notice Azure do provide you multiple different databases like a structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data. Unstructured data is out of scope because that would be Azure data, Azure blob storage, okay, raw data. For structured data, we have relational databases. For semi-structured data, we have NoSQL databases. So let's talk about that. Do you know that as far as SQL, Azure SQL database is concerned, Microsoft Azure actually provides you three different types of services. Number one is SQL virtual machines. What is SQL virtual machine? SQL virtual machine is basically a machine with SQL Server pre-installed on it. A virtual machine with SQL Server pre-installed on it. So what is benefit there? It actually looks more similar to your on-premise database. Only thing is, machine itself, the virtual machine itself is not in your data center, but instead it is on a cloud. Okay, it is instead on a cloud. To show you an example of that, I have a virtual machine here with my Azure VM. Let me share that with you. This is my Azure virtual machine. As you can see here, this is the desktop, and I can log in into my SQL database from the start menu. So you will notice it is just like a normal machine. Only thing is this machine is hosted on Azure data center, one of the Azure data center. What I'll do is I'll just enter into SQL Server Management Studio, right? And from SQL Server Management Studio, I'll connect to my database. Just wait for it. I guess this is a newly created VM, so there won't be any database as such. There won't be any sample database as such. So this is my SSMS. I can log in here with Windows authentication. Wait a second, connection was successfully established, but then error occurred. Certificate chain was issued by authority not trusted. Let's remove the encryption. Okay. So it gave me error with encryption. So I just disabled encryption and tried to connect. And this is my database now. Fine. So we are connected to a database. Right now, we do not have any databases as such, other than the system designed databases like master, model, MSDB, and TempDB. These are not user databases. These are databases internally maintained by MS SQL. Okay. So you can see here database is already set. We don't have any SQL always on high availability scenario set up here. This instance does not actually have this kind of setup currently created. So I got an error if I try to do that. Okay. Replication is also not configured here. Okay. Database replication is also not configured because we don't have more than one database for replication. Okay. I guess the sample database should be there. What I'll do is I'll just, kind of modify SQL setup, and yeah, this is a dev version of database. What I'll do is I'll just make sure I have uh, sample databases installed on it. Just give me a minute. Okay, this is how it works. Fine, let's go for the custom. Minimum free space, download size. If I use custom, then it has to download everything, right? Fine. Fine. I'm just customizing the installation. What I'll do is I'll just install some sample databases now. System configuration, database migration assistant. Let me just download and keep it here. We need it later on. Okay. And SQL Server Migration Assistant. This is also another tool that we can use, but not required. In installation, we have standalone installation already done. Management tool is also installed. Maintenance, we don't have to do this. Tools, features, resources, developer center, license agreement, privacy, community, SQL sample website. Okay, this is what I wanted actually. So for the samples, let's have at least one database sample here. Under categories, I've selected databases, and let's do one thing. Let's have this Northwind publications database. So what I need here is SQL Server Management Studio and SHDT. Run the script in SSMS, connect the target server, open the script, and run the script. Okay, fine. It's easy now. So this is the databases now. We have Azure SQL database. No, that's not required. Install Northwind. I guess this is one that we need. Let's download this file. Okay. And install PUBs, pubs database. Okay. Download it. Here I'll just open these files and create the database. I will later show you how I will migrate them to Azure. So these are the two databases I need to import file for first of all. Okay, this one is for Northwind. So I'll just do one thing. I'll create a database for this. New database. Let's give this database a name, North Winds. Okay, and owner is default. That's right. Okay, and let me run this in Northwind database. Northwinds execute. Okay, so here I have my sample database called Northwinds database, and it has these many tables: employee table, customer table, everything is there. Similarly, I will also create publications database, create pubs database. So, sorry, I'll create a database for pubs. Default settings, yes. And here I'll just execute this under pubs database. Obviously, in real life scenarios, you don't do this. You let's assume you already have a database and you need to migrate them on Azure. Okay, so looks like both the databases now are ready. Okay, we will actually do a migration later on post break. Right now, we are just trying to evaluate several options available with us. So now you can see here we have Northwind database and we have pubs database. Inside pubs database, these many tables are there, right? For this particular database, let me just do one thing. Okay, let's go to the report, standard report, usage statistics. No, I don't want that. For databases, tables. Okay, fine. Database is imported properly now. We have the on-premise data as well. Okay. Now this is example of a basic standalone database. Okay. So you install database software, you can have access to an operating system level. That means you can actually log in into a machine and see everything. Now, when should I use this format? It is best for migration of application requiring OS level access. So let's say, for example, you have an on-premise SQL Server database that you want to migrate to cloud as it is with operating system and everything, right? Then you should use this approach, SQL Server virtual machine approach. But you know what is disadvantage of this approach? Did you notice what's the disadvantage there? Hello? The disadvantage was whatever benefits of cloud I mentioned to you earlier, that Azure will maintain or your cloud platform will manage few things and you have to manage few things. You don't really get that benefit here. Yes, because it looks like just your on-premise database. So it will be you who will have to import database, export database, right? And perform all kind of administration activities on that database. So when should I use this approach? Use this approach when you need OS level access. Use this approach when you want to actually go and log in into a database and do some changes to it. Okay, but this is more like a infrastructure as a service approach. It is more like a infrastructure as a service approach. But what is benefit of deploying it on SQL virtual machine anyways? What is benefit of deploying it on SQL VM on Azure? The reason is this particular virtual machine is sitting inside Azure region, okay, which is already accessible from all across the world. It is literally a cloud instance, it's a cloud region, and therefore it is accessible to everyone. Of course, we can define who can access it and who cannot access it. Those policies are there available. So this Azure VM is sitting inside Azure region, which is already accessible to everyone. So there could be a user or application across multiple continents which can access it. Okay, so let's say there is one application user from Europe. There is another one from, let's say, Korea. Okay, and let's say there is another user from India, another application or user from India. And guess what? All three of them, all three of them can access this database because region is accessible all across the world. Of course, you can set some kind of access credentials, you can set some kind of access restrictions here, but it is already available to everyone. Okay. And guess what? Who's responsible for availability of this virtual machine? It will be a shared responsibility between you and your cloud vendor. Now, do you know that most of the cloud vendors offer some kind of SLA, service level agreement, on all their services? Any idea what is SLA? How it works? Okay. Cloud provider meets certain performance and reliability standard. Yes, Gauri, that's right. So they will offer an SLA, they will offer a guarantee that this particular service, for example, will be up and running for 99.95% time. So you get that kind of service assurance from the vendor. Okay. Now, this would be an easiest way to migrate because what you will be migrating here is entire database with its data and software, everything together. Okay. It will also let you choose whatever version of database software you wish to use. Now, please remember here the option I have shown you is SQL virtual machine, but you can also have other databases in Windows machine. Do you think I can install other RDBMS software in my same Windows machine? Because Here I'm getting a virtual machine, right? Whatever software I wish to install in this virtual machine, that's my decision, right? Azure has given me a complete VM. I might go to, I might open a browser here and try to download and install some other database here as well. Like what if I made a decision that I will also install, let's say, MySQL database on here on the same machine? It's possible, right? Many a time for our smaller workload, people sometimes use a single machine to deploy database and application both. In that case, this migration works better because then you have a one single machine to manage, which has everything. Looks like MySQL database also have a clustering, but we are not using that. We will use community edition of MySQL, which is free to everyone. Just give me a minute. Yeah, sorry. So I'm just trying to download and install MySQL database as well. We have multiple options. I guess MSI would be better option for me. No thanks, just start my download. Here it is. Download will take just a couple of, yeah, it's done already. Now I'll just install it. So it is possible on one single machine, you can have multiple different softwares. Typical installation of MySQL is okay for me. Here it is. Yeah. Just one more additional step and we will configure our MySQL access. Once it is done, we are ready to go. Okay, so directory would be this, fine. And I'm using a developer configuration. My MySQL port would be 3306. That's fine with me. MySQL root user password. I want my root password to be password and password. Okay, next, next. Grant full access. Yeah, that's right. And I want to create a Sakila database and world database. These are the sample application databases that I want here. Okay, and execute. Now I will not wait for the entire execution to complete. I'll just proceed with my presentation now. Okay, I hope you got the point here. You can deploy anything to virtual machine. But now, what if you truly want benefit of cloud? Then you can use other type of service called managed instance. Now, what is managed instance means? Managed instance literally here means that Azure says that you don't manage the Windows OS or you don't manage entire machine. I will give you only an instance to access. I'll give you just the instance to access, right? I will not give you entire machine at all. That is called single instance. That's called single instance. Now, what happens in case of single instance? You just get the SQL Server surface area. You can have fully managed service where everything is managed by the vendor. You just get access to a database. You cannot log in into the Windows machine or Linux machine where your database is running. That's called SQL Server managed instance. It is actually a best for lift and shift migration to cloud. So you can connect to your on-premise database and migrate that on-premise database to Azure managed instance. Okay, it is actually better than SQL virtual machine, but there is one drawback. You do not get complete access to the Windows VM or Linux VM where your database is deployed. That means you cannot install anything, any other tool on that instance. Is that clear? Yeah. Let me give you a kind of a relative analogy, how it could be relatable. Using SQL virtual machine is like having your own vehicle. Having an SQL virtual machine is like owning a vehicle where you are the owner of vehicle and you have responsibilities related to that vehicle. Yeah, I will repeat that, Ritesh. SQL Server virtual machine is like owning your own vehicle and traveling in your own vehicle everywhere. You will be the one who own it, and you will be the one who will be responsible for regular maintenance of it, right? Administration of it and driving it. But what is managed instance? Managed instance, there are two options, single instance and instance pool. Managed instance is like managed instance is like getting a vehicle on lease. Do you know in India and many other countries also there is a new trend where you get a pre-owned vehicle for your daily use and you just have to pay a monthly charges to the organization company who owns that vehicle. Okay. All the vehicle maintenance will be done by the owner company. You just use it by paying a fixed amount every month, which is mostly equal to your car loan installment, similar to that, right? You use it for some time, like 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, and then post the end of that particular, you can say duration, you just return it to the company who owns it. So single instances like that, you get one database instance, but you cannot have access to whatever is there, whatever machine the instance is deployed on. You don't completely own the instance. Okay. Now to understand this concept, let's go back to the diagrams because that's how it becomes more easier to understand. So what if I tell you, you just get access to the database, right? And a partial access to the database software, but rest everything will be still controlled by your cloud vendor. So the differences here are, if you use Azure SQL VM, the physical hardware is not accessible to you, but on that physical hardware, there is, sorry, physical hardware is not accessible to you. On top of physical hardware, you have the host OS, or sorry, you have some kind of hypervisor. On top of a hypervisor, you get the guest OS, the guest OS. On top of guest OS, you have the SQL software, SQL Server software. And then on top of SQL Server software, then you have your databases. Now, in this case, this is totally with vendor. This is something you don't get any access at all. Guest OS is something for which you get partial access. SQL software and database, you get complete access. So let me try to make it easier for you to understand. Cloud vendor, your cloud vendor will have complete access to the hypervisor and physical hardware. You don't get access to these two, right? Yes. And cloud vendor also had some partial access to guest OS. Whereas you as a user, or you as a uh, developer, okay, you will get access to the databases. You will get access to the database software, and you get access to a partial access to guest operating system as well. Is that clear? Hello? Yeah. This is what
Yes.
you get if you use SQL Server VM. But what happens if you use single instance? Now let me put the same things here for single instance. Now think how it is different now. In case of single instance, you don't get access to SQL guest OS, right? Instead, your vendor will have complete access. Your cloud vendor, Azure, will have complete control over all these three things. Okay. Not just that, they will also have access to the SQL Server software. Now, what do you mean by software? Software access? It means you cannot install older and not supported version of SQL Server on this instances. Which version of SQL Server is available? Cloud vendor will decide. Azure will decide. Azure will decide which version of software you will get. Here you get only basic, you can say, bare minimum access to SQL software. This particular access is bare minimum. So let me just use a dotted line here. Similarly, here also it would be a dotted line. You don't get a complete access to the guest OS. Sorry, it's not a dotted line. You get actually complete access. You can even install or uninstall stuff. Okay, so this is single instance. So a very simple question. Can I get inside my SQL Server VM and install MySQL database on it? Answer is yes. But can I get inside a managed instance and install anything other than SQL Server on it? Answer is no. Here, you can access guest OS using RDP protocol. Which protocol? RDP. Do you know what is RDP protocol? Anyone?
Yes, we do.
RDP is remote desktop that allows you to log in into a Windows machine running on a remote location. But guess what? No such access is granted if you use SQL managed instance. So let me just put a label here because without a label, it might be confusing. This one is SQL Server managed instance. SQL Server managed instance. Okay. Now let's just drop the SQL Server. Just say SQL managed instance. This is a single table, single database. Okay. Whereas this one on the left was SQL VM. SQL Server virtual machine. Okay. Now, did you notice there is also one more service here called instance pool? Notice that? Hello? Okay. Now, what is benefit of instance pool? One disadvantage here is you have a single database here. You just have a single database here. You cannot create more than one database here if you use managed instance. What if you want more than one instance? In that case, what you can do is you can deploy instance pool. What is benefit of instance pool? Benefit of instance pool is that you can use the same underlying hardware for more than one database. Is that clear? You can use more than one on the same hardware. So basically, let me just delete all these lines. So what you get here is multiple databases. Let's say DB1, DB2, DB3 deployed on the same place. Okay, multiple databases sharing the same platform. That's the only difference. But is there any benefit of this? Hello? Is
Yes,
benefit
there
of
is.
instance pool? Hello? Okay, think this way. You have a scenario where you have more than one database, right? Now, unfortunately for you, now that's not unfortunately, it's actually the most common scenario. Your database usage is not always same. Sometimes a database requires lesser resource, and then sometimes the same database requires lesser resource. Okay, so let's say your actual database usage is not constant, it is fluctuating. Okay, let's say for example, morning for few hours, DB1 require more resources, DB2 require less resources. But in afternoon time, DB2 requires more resource and DB1 requires less resource. And then in evening, again, DB1 now requires more resource and DB2 requires lesser resource. So what if your database usage is very fluctuating one? You can save the cost by simply deploying multiple databases inside an instance pool. Okay, multiple databases inside an instance pool. Let me give you an example now. Managed instance with instance pool is like when you do cap sharing. When you do a cap sharing, like for example, let's say in one particular service, yes, you can use services like SSRS and SQL agent services in option 2 and 3. Yes, you can use these services. Yeah. But please remember, not all services are available there. I'm not sure about SQL agent. Okay. Uh, but SSRS, we will have to check the documentation whether all these services are available to us. One thing is sure, if you use virtual machine, you get absolutely all the services. You get complete control. In managed instance, some of the services will be available. Okay. I'll have to check the documentation whether SQL agent services are available there. Okay. Yeah. So this is managed instance with instance pool, multiple databases on shared infrastructure. Okay. Then we got even more complicated example of SQL database, pure PaaS service, but we will talk about it later. Let me just share the diagram with you. So it is basically like SQL machine is like similar to your on-premise server. You get access to everything. You get complete control over everything, right? Except the physical hardware. When I say physical hardware, that means you cannot pinpoint like this is installed inside Azure data center on let's say a data center server number 2, rack number 3. You can't do that. Okay, you don't get physical access to the machine where it is running, but you can always RDP to it, provided all the required privileges are set. Okay, whoever is managing your Azure subscription has obtained a public IP address for the machine and has shared the credentials with you. Anyways, so these are the two options. This is VM and this is managed instance. Now, please remember one thing. In case of managed instance, who will be responsible for updating SQL software, installing update? Yes, in number one, you have to take care of license. Ritesh, that's not entirely true. Let me explain you why. Let me show you SQL pricing page. What I'll do is let's go to my browser and let me show you something about Azure pricing. This is Azure pricing calculator. Please remember, in case of SQL Server on VM, you can directly pay Microsoft a combined, you can say price, which includes SQL Server VM and SQL Server software, both. To show you an example, let's add a virtual machine to pricing calculator. Now let's see, this is a virtual machine in East US with Windows, only with OS only, no other software. And this is D2 VM. D2 is very small, I guess. Let's try the one with 4 CPUs. Okay, this is too much. D4 ADS. 4 CPUs, 16 GB RAM, 150 GB temporary storage. Now I have selected a pricing page here, and you can see the cost of this VM per month. Average cost of this Windows virtual machine per month is 24,000. Is that clear, Ritesh? Just, remember this amount for a minute. Now, let me use here option. Notice there is an option for SQL Server. What happens if I include SQL Server as well? And which license of SQL Server? SQL Web, SQL Standard, SQL Enterprise. Let's use SQL Standard version. Now, did you notice the increase in cost? Don't you think the cost is almost double? And you can clearly see here, in case of Azure SQL VM, Azure, Microsoft is actually now charging you hardware cost. This is hardware cost. This is Windows OS license. This is for Windows OS. And this is for Microsoft SQL Server Standard Edition. Now, what if you use Enterprise Edition? The cost will be even more. Did you notice the increase in cost? Suddenly it is more than 1 lakh. Yeah. Hello. It's 3 times more for using higher license. Now, let's compare this with Azure managed instance, SQL managed instance. Okay. So let's say SQL managed instance to the pricing calculator. Let's view that. For SQL managed instance, I will use same configuration, 4-core CPU, generation 5 hardware, managed instance, general purpose. Okay, 730 hours a month. What is the cost now? Hello? It's half than that. And you will also notice one thing. Here also you get an option of SQL license, but it is lesser than previous option. It is still far lesser than the previous SQL VM option. But please remember one thing here also, Microsoft is charging you for SQL Server software license. Now there is also an option here called Azure Hybrid Benefit. Something happened here, strange. Suddenly SQL Server license cost is 0. Yeah. Any guess what it is? Let's say your organization is already a Microsoft partner, enterprise agreement, EA partner. You already have Azure server licenses with you. So you simply inquired with Azure support team. You tell them that we already have unused SQL server licenses. Are you getting my point? You already have unused SQL server licenses, and can we use those licenses in SQL VM or SQL managed instance? If it is accepted, the entire charges will be waived off for SQL server license. And then VM cost will further go down. Is that clear? Yeah. And if you want to set up failover, the cost will actually, wait a second. Failover is not enabled for me, unfortunately. Yeah, that's fine. So this is how it works. This is managed instance. Is that clear? And this is only for primary instance. If you want to set up geo-replicated instance, there would be additional cost. If you want instance pool, if you want instance pool, I guess it requires refreshing. 8 core. Okay, instance pool. Look at instance pool now. Instance pool cost is little higher. Did you notice that? Hello? 1,27,000. But let me tell you a reason why it is higher. Because Azure will deploy as SQL Server with multiple database capabilities, and it will be shared by multiple individual databases. Okay, that's why the cost is little higher. Anyway, you can even claim this hybrid benefit even in this environment. And it is oh, sorry. I guess there is no 4-core option available here. That's the another reason. For instance pool, it directly begins with 8-core. It doesn't have 4-core option because it's going to be shared between multiple databases. Okay. And in order to ensure the right performance, Azure will not allow you to select 4-core. It begins from 8-core for that reason. Okay. So this is all about the pricing part, basically. And it is, of course, an important aspect. Pricing is important aspect anyways, but you get this type of a structure, multiple database on the same hardware. This is SQL managed instance. Okay. Now, in case of SQL managed instance, how can you connect to this database? You don't get RDP. Instead, you connect to the managed instance directly from your SQL management console or client tool. You just get the public IP or endpoint for your database and you connect to it. To show you an example, let's say I will log in into my Azure portal like this. This is my Azure portal. And right now in Azure portal, what I'll do is I'll create, oh, sorry, not VM. Instead, I will create a managed instance of SQL Server. So let's search for SQL managed instances. Okay, right now I do not have any SQL managed instance. So let me create a new instance now. Here it is. Let me create a new resource group this time. SQL resource group. And I'm going to give my instance a name, my data 101. So this is going to be the name. And I want to deploy this in central India. You can see on the right hand side page, it is constantly showing and updating the overall pricing for me. So this is going to be a managed instance. Now you have an option to select whether it belongs to an instance pool, yes or no. If I select no, it will create single instance. If I select yes, it will create instance pool. Now I don't want instance pool. Let's go to the managed instance configuration, the pricing page, and I'll say I just want a general purpose database. Okay, and I don't need 8 CPU core, 4 CPU core with only 128 GB of storage space is actually enough for me. Is that clear? Yeah. And I want locally redundant backup to further reduce the cost. So after selecting all those options now, you can see everything here in a quick summary. So my cost is now reduced to around 41,000 per month, but I'm not planning to run it for that long, right? Okay. And you can choose whether you want SQL authentication. Do you know what is SQL authentication, guys? It's the native authentication supported by SQL Server, right? Where you have admin user that can log in into your database. Okay. So we'll take a small, it's already 12 o'clock. Okay, fine. I guess we don't need a break this time. We'll directly take a break somewhere at 12:45. Is that fine? Hello? Yeah. So let's use SQL authentication. I want my database username to be Mahindra and password to be password at the rate 1234 and password at the rate 1234. Wait a second. Looks like this password is minimum 16 characters are required. So let's make it minimum 16 characters. Oh, these 16 characters, right? I'm not sure why it's still giving me an error. Maybe this is this time because password requires a special character as well. So I entered a special character and my secret weapon here is, you will be surprised to know my last character of my password is a space. Okay. Yeah. Why I'm saying this is a secret weapon because nobody can guess that password actually contains a space at the end. Okay. So even if I share my password with someone and if the people just try to log in with that, they'll get login failed if there is no extra space at the end. Fine. So I set the password. Next, security, sorry, network. You need to select a network for it. Now, either you create a new network or select an existing one. Now here a new network will be created. Network name would be this, VNet My Data 101, and there would be an additional subnet created here. Is that clear? Yeah. Connection type, proxy, that's fine. Public, you can enable. Public endpoint, you can enable. And you can say access from internet or access from Azure services. Minimum LTS version 1.2. Yeah, that's the only option anyways. Security now, there is a Microsoft now has their own security for SQL database. We call it Microsoft Defender for SQL. I don't want that right now. And identity for accessing Azure services, service principal, I don't want that right now. And there is a encryption enabled. This will be a character encoding or collation. Time zone, you can choose time zone of your choice. Like I would instead use our local time zone, which is UTS 5:30. Okay. Your application, I don't want any. And maintenance window would be default maintenance window. By the way, what is maintenance window? Hello? What is maintenance window? This is going to be an instance managed by Azure, right? So as Azure is asking you, select a time when you allow me to perform maintenance on this database. So you have to specify the time. Like for example, system default 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. So you are letting know Azure that you can do whatever maintenance you want on my database. You can do that in this time slot only. Is that clear? Hello?
Yes, yes, clear.
Right? And update policy, you can say always up to date or only SQL 2022. Now, why these two options are given? It is because in SQL managed instance, you don't get choice of selecting SQL Server version number. Like for example, the current SQL Server version number available in Azure SQL managed instance is SQL Server 2022. What if you want SQL 2019? Sorry to inform you, you cannot use managed instance then. For older version of SQL, you should use SQL Server VM, virtual machine. Is that clear? Yes. And there is another issue basically. Another issue is if you use this option, always up to date, you know what Microsoft will do? As soon as they release next version of SQL Server, let's say you right now you have deployed SQL managed instance with SQL Server 2022, right? Later, let's say Microsoft release SQL 2026 next year. So what will happen then? As soon as Microsoft releases a new version of SQL database, right? Within 6 months, they will auto update all Azure SQL managed instances and instance pool to a newer database version. Is that clear? The auto update will happen. Similarly, 2 years back, we created SQL managed instance with SQL Server 2019. If those databases are still running, Microsoft has already automatically updated them to SQL 2022. That is going to happen if you use always up to date. But what will happen if you use this option? This means that you want Microsoft to only install update to SQL Server 2022. You don't want Microsoft to update your database from 2022 to 2026. Is that clear? Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So please remember, beyond this, you don't get any more control over SQL Server version that you need. So if your application requires an older version, unfortunately, you cannot use managed instance. And also there is another small issue here. Microsoft will never keep only 2022. There is a time when Microsoft will discredit or discontinue SQL 2022. And when the time will come, they'll send you an email notification that you are still running SQL 2022 databases. Kindly update your databases to a new version. They'll give you a time frame within 6 months, 9 months. Is that clear? See, it's already written there. No new SQL engine features beyond 2022. Keep getting SQL engine bug fixes, security patches, and small functional improvement, right? During its maintenance stream support. Database format remains compatible with SQL Server 2022. Whenever update is required, you will get a notification. Okay, that's not mentioned here. Okay, fine. Tags, general feature, review and create, your database will be deployed. Is that clear? Hello? Once it is deployed, you can connect to it using a database connection string only. But this is still by far a costly database. What if I tell you there is even better option available, which is even cheaper than both these options? Now, what is that cheaper option of database? So let me show you a pure PaaS version of SQL Azure database, Azure SQL database. We call it SQL database, Azure SQL database. Now, why I'm saying it is extremely cheaper option? There are reasons for that. Let's say I'm using a single database, vCore model. You can see the database sizes here are even, you can say more flexible. You can start with 2 core or 4 core, right? You can provide primary or geo replica. Okay. Now, let's see the cost here. Wait a second. Why it is showing cost in dollars now? Earlier it was showing cost in INR, right? Yeah. So the cost here now, wait a second. The cost here now is 63,733 for the 4 core. Okay. And pay as you go 256. Okay. Looks like the cost is almost similar to what we had in managed instance. Okay. But there is one thing included here. Did you notice RAGRS is already included here? Backup storage. Let's change that to LRS to further reduce the cost. Looks like it has no impact on it because cost is actually calculated on per GB basis. So data, log, and everything is configurable here. This is with primary and geo replica. If I use standby replica, the cost might decrease. Can you see the cost now? Hello?
Yes, it is decreasing around 50%.
Around 50% decrease. The reason why it is around 50% decrease is because I'm saying I want standby replica. Okay, I will explain you later what is standby replica and what is primary and geo replica. Okay, but just see that standby replica means instead of creating a multiple database instances which are both online active mode, it is now deploying active passive mode. So you will have a main database and you have a replica database. Replica database will be by default shut down and it will be used only when primary is down. That is standby. That's why the cost is almost 50%. But what are disadvantage of SQL database, Azure SQL database? What are disadvantages for it? Now, this is going to be quite, interesting, and it is also going to be quite, you can say, controversial as well. Now, what happens if you use Azure SQL database? In case of Azure SQL database, Microsoft Azure has large machines already set up to support databases. Are you getting my point? Hello?
Yes, yes.
And to make the things even more complicated, what they have is this entire infrastructure is not for you. Remember, we are on public cloud. Where are we? We are in public cloud, right? All these databases are independent of each other. You cannot have any kind of DB to DB interaction. There are 3 databases deployed here, but they are all isolated from each other. All the databases would be totally isolated from each other. They will not be able to communicate with each other. Every database thinks that it's the only database deployed on this server. Okay. Only each and every database here assumes that it's the only database there. It doesn't know existence of another database at all. Let's not use a field color, but just use a line color. Okay. So this database DB1 is totally isolated from other databases which are deployed here, namely DB2 and DB3. they are totally isolated. They cannot communicate with each other, right? And there is a possibility that you are one of the tenant of Azure, right? Let's say this is you, tenant number one, and this is your database. Is that clear? This is, let's say, your database. You get access to it. And there is some other tenant who will be using this database. Is that clear? You know what is benefit of this approach? Any guess what is benefit of this approach now? What is benefit to cloud vendor? Hello?
Cost to reduce the cost and maintenance.
It is to reduce the cost and maintenance. Yes, that's right. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. I guess more than 5 years back, I travel a lot by Ola and Uber. So do you remember around almost 5 years back, before Corona times, there used to be a shared rides. There used to be something called shared rides. So if you want to reduce the cost, you, instead of booking a whole cab for yourself, you can just book one seat at a time, right? What was benefit then? You have to pay less fare. But what was disadvantage? You have to share the cab with other customers, and they might have a different pickup and drop. How many of you have traveled in this kind of shared cab? Hello?
No.
No? Okay. Let's forget about Ola, Uber like that. How do you travel normally in buses? Let's say you have to travel from Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Mumbai, and there are some government buses like MSRTC or private buses. When you travel in a bus, it's like a public transport system where you don't book entire bus for yourself. You book just one seat at a time, and you have to share that bus with many other passengers. Is that clear? Hello?
Yes, yes, it's clear.
Right? Now, this is a sharing model. Now, what is benefit of sharing model? How it is win-win for both. It is win-win for both vendor and customer. Reason is, for customer, as a customer, you are paying less. You are paying only for the database, right? And you are paying extremely less cost compared to other services. But please remember, you get very limited space. Like, for example, let's say if you are traveling by bus or if you are traveling by air, for example, air travel, there is a restriction on how much luggage you can carry. Is that clear? Hello?
Yes, yes.
There is a restriction on how much luggage you carry. There is a restriction on how many seats you can book, right? Okay. So you have to follow a restriction because you are running in a shared mode. So cloud also provide this kind of shared mode, but they provide a higher level of isolation. Your database does not even know presence of other services. And bigger restriction now, you get access only to database service. You only get access to database engine. You do not get access to SSRS. You do not get access to any other service. You know, SQL Server actually provide you 4 services: database engine, reporting service, analysis service, and agent, I guess. Here, with this database, you get only database, no other service. You get only database, no other service. By the way, I just forgot to tell you one more thing. In case of managed instance, these two databases can still talk with each other. That means you can easily create an SQL query. You can create an SQL query that will get data from more than one database, across database. You can do that in case of managed instance. But in case of Azure SQL database, it's not going to happen. Is that clear? Okay, so this is a shared infrastructure, win-win situation for you and vendor both. And one more thing, what if you want high availability? You know what Azure will do? Azure will deploy your application or your database in another server, and a replica of your database will be deployed here. Now let's say this is the second replica of your database. Let's assume. Okay. This might be a replica, not the primary instance. Is that clear? You know what is benefit of keeping replica on totally different physical server? What happens if this entire physical hardware goes down because of some reason? It can happen, right, Kunal? Yes. What happens? The entire stack goes down. Your database is still deployed on another stack, and Azure will simply connect you to that particular stack. And what if I tell you you don't have to worry about something like SQL always on? You don't need to configure that manually. It is all done by Azure, right? Azure will deploy a database with replica, and it will automatically take care of synchronization and all. What you just have to do is just create a database like this. Let's go back to the Azure portal, and this time I'm just going to deploy Azure SQL database. Okay. What you do here is you create two things, a logical SQL server and a database service. So let's say I will just deploy everything in my SQL resource group. My database name is, let's assume my data one, and you need a logical server. Okay, now this logical server is not the same as actual SQL server. Logical server is actually like a load balancer, typically like a load balancer. Internally, it's like a load balancer or reverse proxy. Okay, this logical server, let me just give it a name, data 1012. This need to be globally unique name. Select the region where you wish to deploy this. Now, unfortunately, with my subscription, I don't have access to East US. So let's deploy this to Central India instead. Then I want SQL authentication. I want admin username to be Mahindra and password to be password at 1234. Password at 1234 that I want as a password. Okay. Then SQL Elastic Pool is not required, and I want locally redundant storage. Workload is development environment. Development will get, you can say, cheaper pricing options. Let's go and configure the pricing here. I want general purpose, serverless, standard up to 80 CPUs, max vCore. I just want maximum 2 vCores and minimum half vCore. Auto pause delay, you can, I don't want that right now. Let's not use any auto pause. And storage would be this. You can see the cost here. Did you notice this is actually a monthly cost? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Right?
Over
This is
50.
because I'm using serverless. If you use provision one, cost would be higher. Right? Now the cost is around 20,000, but still it is manageable. Storage given here is 32 GB. Okay. And yeah, that's fine. So it is general purpose, and I will use up to 128 vCores, out of which I will use just 2 vCores and only 32 GB. Let's reduce it to 16 GB and see if the cost will be further down. Looks like there is no much difference on the cost, right? Because cost per GB is already 10 rupees, right? And maximum storage selected in GB into 20. So I'm getting this cost. Apply. Okay. Then logically redundant. For networking, you can choose whether you want to have a public access to your database and whether or not to allow IP address, your current IP address to access it. Connection policy, etc. you can set, and TLS version. Security, I don't want SQL Defender, and the rest everything just default options. If you want additional storage or something, you can do that, but I don't want to do that right now. Review and create will create a database for me. Now this time I'm actually going to create a database. Okay. So this is my SQL managed SQL Server database or SQL database, Azure SQL database, which is a pure PaaS service. You get only access to one Azure database, one SQL database. Now similar services available for MySQL. Let me show you how many database services are available now. Under database services, now you get Azure database for MySQL, Azure database for PostgreSQL, Azure database for Postgres. Okay. This one, and you also get access for MySQL, Azure database for MySQL. Okay. So three different services available right now. Okay. So this will take some time for deployment. Let's meanwhile understand what is other benefit of deploying databases on cloud. If you are talking about database deployment to cloud, other benefits of this approach, scaling strategies. What is scaling? Scaling means increasing or decreasing the
Increasing or
database
decreasing
size.
the size. Yeah.
Size, right? Now, do you know that if you are managing your database on premise, scaling a database which is on premise is actually more complicated and difficult than scaling cloud database. Because in case of on-premise database, scaling a database might actually introduce a downtime. Is that clear?
Yes, yes. For
Okay.
cloud, it is not required.
Yeah, cloud because it is shared responsibility, right? Your
Yes.
vendor will take care of scaling and vendor will promise that scaling will not interrupt your database operations. Databases on cloud are designed to be scalable. Now, please remember, scalability also depends on kind of database you have selected. Like SQL virtual machine database are not as flexible as managed instance. Managed instance are not as flexible as SQL database PaaS services. These are very flexible. These are less flexible and these offers no flexibility. They are as flexible as on-premise. Is that clear? Hello? You know how flexible are these databases? There is a slider, literally there is a slider, database size 2 GB. Click on the slider and increase it. Database size now 16 GB. And you don't have to actually encounter any downtime for that. Is that clear? Hello? Okay. So scalability wise, you have something called elastic pool now. What is elastic pool? Similar to managed instance. Similar to managed instance, you get elastic pool where instead of deploying one single database, you deploy multiple database pool. So what it will do? It will basically reserve multiple database spaces on the common infrastructure for your database. And those databases will then share the resources, multiple databases to share the resources. This will actually allow you to reduce the cost. But please remember, even though resources are being shared between multiple databases, databases still cannot communicate with each other. Is that clear? Yeah. Even if you have elastic pool created with 3 or 4 databases, those databases still will not be able to communicate with each other. For that, you need managed instance. Okay, fine. For plus, this type of scalability is offered. Okay, this is something for SQL database, the pure PaaS service. We have a pricing model based on DTU, data throughput unit, or VCO, or serverless. What do you mean by serverless, by the way? Serverless, does it mean there is no server? Okay. So serverless basically means there is a server. Serverless doesn't mean server is absent. Server is there, but when your database is inactive, as soon as your database becomes inactive, it will remove the server. It will release the server when your database is inactive. We call it not released, we call it paused. Okay. And when your database is paused, when your database is inactive, it will not incur compute charges. Compute charges means charges for CPU, RAM, and network. Microsoft will not charge you for compute charges, but they will continue to charge you for data storage cost. Okay. Just because your database is inactive, that does not mean that for an inactive period, you will get zero bill. No, you still have to pay for the storage. Only thing is the compute price, CPU, memory, and network utilization, that cost would be zero for that inactive time. This is what serverless is. Or you can say use virtual core based model. In virtual core based model, the general formula is for every one core, they give you 4 GB of RAM. But that's not a standard formula, okay? There are also pricing tiers there. Now, why you should use database on cloud? First reason, availability. Can you see this high availability setup which Azure offers for databases in for databases deployed as a last PaaS service, Azure SQL database. In Azure SQL database, you get this type of database configuration. Within Azure region, you will have a primary database. You will have a primary database, which is online, and then you will have offline databases or nodes with spare capabilities. Now, these databases will not be online. They are standby. That means they are not up and running, but they are just as a reserve. What happens if your primary database goes down due to any reason? Primary database becomes inaccessible. What Azure will do? As soon as primary database is inaccessible, Azure will fail over to one of these spare capacity node. It will go and start them, right? And those database will take care of your database transactions. As soon as primary is back online, Azure will shift from the secondary node to primary node, which is called failback. So there is a failover and there is a failback. Is that clear? Hello? Yes. You know what is benefit here? It increases your availability. But please remember, there is still a small issue. The failover here might take few minutes to few hours, which might result in a downtime. The failover might take some time. Depends upon size of database and overall usage. Failover might take some time. And failover will start after the primary instance goes down and you are already incurring, database connectivity issues. Then Azure will go and shift it to another database. Okay. It does provide high availability, but it is only used for common workload and budget oriented workload. What is budget oriented? Hello? What is budget oriented? It means, please remember, every time you deploy anything on cloud, there are three important parameters you have to study. Number one, budget. Number two, performance. And number three, security. Yes, as per the pricing plan, Ritesh. Budget oriented means for those people who want to save the cost. Their primary concern is to save the cost. See, you cannot have budget and performance both. You have to balance them. If you use the budgeted option like this, your performance will be down. You have to, kind of uh, face the limited performance, or you have to, you can say, have a, uh, you can say, uh, below average performance, kind of. Okay. It's an alternative, basically. If you want better performance, you should go with next option, which is business critical premium tier. What is benefit of business critical premium tier? You get this. Did you notice what configuration is done here? It does look like previous configuration, but is there any difference here? Here, in case of MS SQL, Microsoft Azure will enable always on availability group, and all the replicas are already up and running. Are you getting my point? All the replicas are always available. That means as soon as your primary instance goes down, there would be a quick failover and you will connect to a secondary replica, which is actually ready, And that replica will simply take over and continue your operation. This will increase the cost. But this will give you highest resilience to failover, right? Yes, there will be less time wasted. Generally, I give an example like this. Let's say, for example, there is a long distance private bus. Okay. Bus has one driver and one backup driver. And while the bus was running on a highway, backup driver was sleeping, right? Backup driver was sleeping on his dedicated bed. Now the primary driver, he got tired. So what he did, he parked bus somewhere. Then he went to wake up the backup driver. The backup driver took 5 minutes to wake up. Then he woke up, he washed his face, right? Yes, he refreshed. He took half an hour for that. And then he occupied the driver's seat and started the bus. That was your previous approach. That was the previous approach. But what about this one? This is where, let's say, another bus where a backup driver is actually awake, right? And sitting just behind or besides the driver. They are both communicating. Suddenly, after some time, the main driver told backup driver, can you please take over? He parked vehicle just for a minute, right? And let the backup driver take place, and bus started within 2 minutes. Continued the journey. People who are traveling in the buses at that time, they were all sleeping, let's say. And they didn't even notice that bus was halted for a minute, right? They didn't even notice the change. With this tier, this is what is going to happen. Your user workload, your application will not even detect any kind of change. It will be a negligible thing for them. They will not even detect that something like this has happened. No, Ritesh, there is even better plan for production. Yes, this should be used for production, but there is even a better one than this one. What is that? Hyperscale tier. What is hyperscale tier? It is even more costly and more better for the performance. It is even better for the performance. Now, think this way. Now, this is actually something which is not practical in case of a travel bus, but it is like the driver who was driving a vehicle, while the vehicle is still in motion, switch his places with a backup driver, right? And bus was actually running with the same speed. I know it's not practical possible in this scenario, but in case of database, it is practical, right? Now, when should I use this hyperscale? Hyperscale is designed for OLTP database. What is OLTP? Any idea? Anyone? What is OLTP? We'll take a break in 5 minutes. Yes, flight pilot and co-pilot. Yes, Kirit. That's right. Online transaction processing. A huge database with lot of online transaction processing, banking and finance, basically, in banking and finance domain. They should be able to scale within seconds, right? And they can scale in, scale down in real time. They will never take hours to back up and recover. They can be restored in minutes. They will capture instantaneous backup using snapshot. Everything is instant there. Okay, and there won't be any noticeable downtime at all. But for this, the cost is much higher than the previous 2 tiers. Okay. You have to somehow balance cost and performance. You know what many organizations do? In dev environment, in dev and QA environment, they use low cost database. But in production, they use high cost but better performance database to balance their cost. Make sense? Hello? So most of the time, you should use general purpose standard in dev test scenarios, right? And in production scenarios, depending upon your nature of business, business critical or hyperscale. Hyperscale is something I recommend only for banking and finance or e-commerce applications, right? All other type of business use case, this is better. Premium is okay, totally fine. Is that clear? There is also another set of failure you can set up in cloud, like across the region and same region. What is this? Use SQL always on within the same region. So you have a database instance in central India, another instance also in central India. So if first instance goes down, switch to second instance. That is within same region. And what is across region? Across region means your primary database is in primary region and your secondary database is in another region, secondary region. So what happens if entire region is down? If your primary region is down, Azure can then fail over to database which is deployed in another region. Is that clear? Hello? Yeah. Yeah. Please remember it might result in a downtime of couple of minutes for the regional failover or for the uh, inter-region failover. It might take minutes. Okay. There would be a downtime, but please remember the downtime would be justifiable. If there is a big issue, of course, downtime is expected there. And it is something that is expected to happen rarely. This is not a usual phenomena. Okay. Please remember availability is defined in multiple levels. First level, first level, we have availability zone in Azure. Okay, so if one zone is down, quickly shift to another zone. Then we have region. If one region goes down, switch to another region. Switching to region might take time. Okay, but there is a justifiable reason for that. That entire region is down, right? In one of my training, one participant even asked me a question. What will happen if there is some kind of global kind of downtime and all the regions are down? All the regions are down suddenly. So what will happen to your data? And I then tried to explain him in this way. If all the data centers are down, that means something extremely serious, something very serious is going on, right? Yeah. And I even asked them for a scenario. What do you think might result in something like that? And that person told me, let's say, for example, there is an alien invasion. Okay. And they simply turned off all our data centers. You know what? I think then your data will not be your priority, right? Hello? Okay. So let's do one thing. Let's take a break now, right? Your priorities will change in that case. Yeah. So we will take a break. Okay. We have discussed some of the services which are available on Azure databases. So we'll take a break, and post break, we will try to understand how we can do a migration. There are multiple scenarios I have identified. Migration to Azure SQL database, VM, migration to managed instance, and migration to SQL database service, the pure PaaS service. Three different scenarios. So we will try to compare them one by one. And I will show you how your migration can be done. Actually, migration can be done. There is a tool I'm going to use, the Data Migration Assistant, DMA. We will use that tool. And we will also discuss some other database migration scenarios as well. Yes, Azure let you migrate not just Microsoft Azure SQL database, but there are other databases also it does support. But for most of the other databases, if there is no PaaS service available, you have to migrate them to a VM, like Oracle database. Right now, there is no PaaS service for Oracle database. Ritesh, DB not available or accessible due to high CPU usage or memory usage. Uh, no, it is actually a connectivity issue. If it is due to high CPU and memory usage, what you have to do is you have to simply do a local failover from primary instance to secondary instance, or you need to scale that database up. You need to scale it up, right? What you can do is you can scale it up using some kind of script. You can write a function, Azure function, for example, okay? Or you can use some kind of automation, okay? Failover is when your application is trying to connect to a database and database denies that connection. Okay, then failover happens. Okay, fine. Let's take a break now. It's 12:47 right now. We'll take a break and we will continue at 1:45. Is that clear, everyone?
Hi guys, can you hear me? Hello? Okay, yeah. So before you guys take a lunch break, I just have a quick announcement to make about the discounted public certification batches we are going to be conducting, and just a small presentation to show you guys. So just give me 2 minutes. Is my screen visible to you all? Okay. You guys might be aware that a lot of companies have started adopting computing technologies, and certified Azure professionals have more demand, and they earn 20% more. I'm sorry, 40% more. 40% more compared to those who don't have certifications. So getting certified in these technologies will give you a huge advantage in the job market. There are numerous benefits to the certifications. It demonstrates your expertise in Microsoft technologies. Your chances to get promotions or leadership roles increases, and there's many more. We have courses available according to different personas and designations, like cloud architects, DevOps engineers, data analysts, and a lot of more. So the courses you see on your screen right now, these are the three courses that we plan on conducting within the month of March. That is AZ 104, AI 102, and there's AZ 204. All of these batches are a weekend only batch and just mostly on Saturdays, so that it doesn't clash with the personal schedules of our attendees. So why is this offer that we're providing is the game changer, that you get a 90% discount to the market price. You get hands-on experience during this training, and get after later when you get certified in these technologies, you have a more volume to your resume, and you can also stand out in your job interviews. Okay, yeah, that's it from me. In the screen, you can see my contact details as well as a QR code. by which we can scan and register or inquire about the courses that we're running. So I'll just leave this slide open for a few more minutes. Anyone who is interested can scan the QR code, just make a registration, and then I'll send an email to you guys later on with the course details. Yeah, that's it from me. Thank you. I'll also drop my contact details on the chat box.
Yeah, hi everyone. Yep. Let's continue now. Am I audible? Yes, I'm audible to all of you. Let's continue. Uh, let's do this. So before going on break, we deployed a database, and this is my Azure SQL database, by the way. I can connect to this database from my SSMS instance out here. Okay. Okay. Some kind of installation failed error I'm getting here for this. It's okay, not an issue because we are not actually planning to migrate any MySQL database as of now. We'll just minimize this. Let's go back to SSMS. Here you have already connected to database which is installed inside this machine, but yes, I can connect to another database as well. Let's try that. I'm trying to connect to a database engine. Now here, I need to provide the server connection details, and I can connect to this database using this server name. It's the server name for a logical database. And then I will use SQL authentication. My username is Mahendra and my password was password at the rate 123456. That was the password. Oh, but it looks like it has failed to log in. What's the details? So cannot connect to this database. Login has failed. And the reason it has failed. Okay. So maybe I'm missing something here. This database is already online, but maybe the firewall issue it can be. Okay. Yeah, this is just the logical server name. The actual database name, let me check the database name. Database name is data1012. Okay. Let's see a connection string for this database. So what I'll do is I'll just go to the settings panel here and let's see the connection string. Connection string for this database is this data1012.database.windows.net. Let me check. I have used the correct connection string. Yeah, this is correct. Data1012.database.windows.net. Okay. Login failed for user Mahendra. I'm using SQL Server authentication. Maybe I need to reset the password for this to work. Okay. Initial catalog is my data one. That's the initial catalog. And authentication is Active Directory default. Okay. Username is Mahendra, Mahendra at the rate data1012. And password is not shown here anywhere. Admin user is Mahendra. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Error code 18456. Let me check that quickly. SSMS error code 184456. 18456. Error messages here are instances configured. You can review and change authentication mode. You are trying to access SQL Server. Logins are not enabled. Login doesn't exist. But password you specified is incorrect. That could be one reason. So looks like maybe I have entered a wrong password here. That could explain it. Let me try. That's not the one. Okay, for resetting a password, I need to go to logical server. So let's do that. This is my logical server. And for logical server, let me change the SQL database password. Reset password. Let's say my new password is password p at the rate 12345. Password at the 12345. Oh, I remember. Do you remember what I did? A trick. I told you this is a special trick. Like I used to add just a space at the end. So my password was password at the rate 12345 and then space. Okay. No, it's still not working. Fine, let me just reset the password first and then we'll try again. Okay. Password reset was successful. Just be sure I'll just restart the database service. Where is the option to restart my database? Here is my database. Database is currently online. And yeah. Okay, this is a past service. There is no restart button. Okay, what you can do is you can just delete it. Fine. So I believe this will work now. Password at the rate 12345 is my new password. Yeah, now it is connected. Good. So you can see this is where I have connected to a Azure database. Okay. And let's see how many databases are there. There is a database called My Data, which actually is empty. There is nothing inside My Data. You can see it here. It's empty. Fine. So this is Azure SQL database. Now, please remember this database provide only database engine and there are no other services available. Integration services are not available. Whereas if you connect to your SQL database on a VM, you get replication, you get security, you get integration service, you even get SQL Server agent. Notice this? Hello? Whereas you won't get SQL Server agent if you are using the PaaS service, SQL database service on Azure, the managed service, fully managed service. Okay, fine. So these are all the databases we have currently available, right? We discussed the database part. Okay, now, so let's talk about the database migration assistant for actual database migration. How the database migration really takes place. Now, to understand that, let's try to access the database migration assistant tool. Okay, this database is still not working. I'll just cancel this out. Yeah. Fine. So what I'll do is I have already downloaded the setup for DMA and it is in my downloads folder. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about data migration assistant. Notice this. You can download Data Migration Assistant from SQL Management Studio setup files, or you can download it from Azure portal as well. You can also download it from Microsoft documentation page. As usual, just accept the license term, install, and wait for it. And now install Data Migration Assistant, DMA. Now this Data Migration Assistant is a tool that allows you to migrate databases to cloud. Now here it is. It is right there on my desktop, Data Migration Assistant. I have launched a Data Migration Assistant. Now this assistant will actually allow me to migrate databases. And there is a proper documentation available here at this URL. Let me share the URL with you where you can find more information about this database migration assistant tool. So here it is. This particular tool is actually going to allow you to migrate any of your on-premise database to Azure. And this guide will help you some information on that. Refer to it later on. Let's try. Here, Data Migration Assistant, you just need to connect with your existing database. Now you can perform two types of operations. Let's say you don't want to migrate it now. You just want to run an assessment first. Running an assessment means you just want to validate whether the given database is, you can say, has the required capabilities to get migrated. So let's run a migration assessment. You can provide a migration assessment. You can provide your project a name. Let's say we are trying to migrate a Northwind database. Let's call it Northwind DB. Assessment is database engine. We are migrating database engine. And we are migrating. Now, please remember one thing in the source, you get these two options. Notice that. Hello. So Data Migration Assistant, if you are planning to migrate your database to Azure, there are two options provided right now. First option is SQL Server. And second option is RDS server created on another cloud platform called AWS. Okay. Now this SQL Server, you should use it for on-premise database. And this one you should use for Amazon Cloud. So let's select the local one. Now, where are you planning to migrate? Now, please remember the migration target. Your migration target could be one of these. You try to migrate your database to Azure SQL database. You are trying to migrate it into Azure SQL data managed instance, or you are trying to migrate it to SQL Server on Azure virtual machine, or you are just trying to migrate it to SQL Server. Okay, now obviously migrating to SQL Server should not be used because it is a reverse kind of migration. You are trying to migrate it from on-premise to on-premise. I don't want to do that. Let's see if I can migrate this database to Azure SQL database, the PaaS service. Did you understand the logic here? I'm trying to migrate SQL database in local machine to SQL database PaaS service on Azure. SQL database PaaS service on Azure. So I'm creating it like a project. Now, please remember, I'm just going to run an assessment now. Okay. Once the assessment is created, you can later take a decision to actually start the migration. It is normally recommended that you should run an assessment before you do a migration. Why assessment is needed? Because you have to be very sure that your database is compatible, means your local database can be migrated to Azure without any feature mismatch. Okay, so let's say, for example, I want to check these two things, check the database compatibility and check the feature parity. Feature parity means all the services which are enabled in my local SQL server. Do I have all those features on my target SQL database as well? That is checking the feature parity. Check database compatibility means check if my database has everything that is required on the target server. What if database doesn't have something that is, target service doesn't support some of the features in my database? Then the assessment will show you a result, whether or not you can target that deployment. So let's select both the categories. Hit next. Now here, you need to actually provide your local database credentials. So what I'll do now, I'll provide my local credentials or local database credentials from here. Now this is my local database. So let me just go to the connection properties, right? And let's copy the database connection. Wait a second. Connections. Okay, there are connection settings. This is the actual connection name. View connection property. Okay, this is username. And wait a second. I guess we need to provide server name Jenkins WIN, Jenkins Win, and then username Mahindra. Okay, fine. I'll just use this name because we are literally on the same machine. We are running the setup from the same machine. You can even use localhost, Windows authentication, and let's try to connect. Let's see if the tool can connect. Looks like there is an error now. Connection was successfully established with the server, but then error occurred during the login process. Certificate chain was issued by authority that is not trusted. Okay, I got it. Let's remove encrypted connection and let's just say trust the server connections. Let's connect. Okay, now once I have connected, it's giving me two options. There are two databases and you can import either both of them or just one of them. Let's try to import only Northwind's database. So I'm now trying to, kind of import Northwind database. Done. If you need to provide any additional files, you can provide them from here. But right now there are no extra files to be imported. Now that source is selected, let me now hit the start assessment button and let's wait for it. The assessment has started now. Data Migration Assistant tool, DMA, will run an assessment now, and it will provide me a detailed report. So let's look at the detailed report provided by this tool. Okay, so here there is a database user mapped with Windows authentication, but unfortunately Windows authentication feature is not available in Azure SQL database. Are you getting my point? Hello? So for current database, unfortunately, there is one small issue. There is Windows authenticated user you are using. Okay, and in Azure, you don't have this option. Is there any partially supported feature? There are no partially supported feature right now. But if there is any support, any feature which is partially impacted, you will get result like that. Getting my point? So DMA, Data Migration Assistant, it will create an assessment report and that report will explain you whether or not you can migrate this server to the Azure, whether or not you can migrate it to server. There could be a detailed report. Now I'm just showing you a sample report here from a screenshot. Yes, you could have these many options here. Obviously, you cannot migrate reporting server, so it will not be supported anyways. And please remember, sometimes it might be possible that some of the services and some of the features might be deprecated. Now, what do you mean by deprecated features? Anyone? Any idea what do you mean by deprecated features? It will happen if, let's say, your on-premise database or your source database, which you are trying to migrate, is of older version. Older version means, let's say, for example, you are trying to migrate from SQL 2014, SQL 2019, and there are few features which are already marked as deprecated and they are not compatible with SQL 2022, no longer in use, no longer supported by Azure SQL. So it will actually show you everything and it will actually show you which object they belongs to. Is that clear? So you will get a report like this And it will even create a diagram where it will show you what are the blockers, what are deprecated, etc. And you can take a decision based on that. Right now, we don't have much kind of differences here. So this is SQL parity issue. Let's see if there is a compatibility issue. Compatibility wise, there are no compatibility issues with my database. Did you notice that? Hello? That means my Northwind database has no compatibility issues and I can actually migrate it. Is that clear? Yes. Now, if you want, you can save the assessment, you can export the result, or you can restart it, or you can delete it as well. You can do all these operations. Okay. Now, this is because I created this for migrating it into Azure SQL database, the PaaS service. Is that clear? You can see the assessment report here. This was the assessment report. You can load, you save, you delete, whatever you wish to do. Please remember one thing, database migration is something that requires a proper planning. Okay, because sometimes while migrating a data, you might have to do an offline migration. What is offline migration? Any idea? Any idea what is offline migration? Anyone? Hello? There is online migration and there is offline migration. Online migration means you keep your data accessible to everyone, and while your database is still running, you start the migration. So migration will be a parallel process. While your database is still in use, it is getting migrated. That is online migration. That will make sure that you don't get a downtime. But yes, performance would be impacted. What is offline migration? Offline migration is when you actually take a downtime. You notify all the users and application developers that database will not be available between this time slot. Okay. And then you take down the entire application. And while application is disconnected, sorry, while database is disconnected from all the applications, you start the migration process. After the migration process ends, what you do next? You just share the new database credentials with your developers and database users. And now they can start using the new database instead of connecting to the old one. But that involves downtime. That involves a downtime. Now, whether or not to use online migration or offline migration, it all depends on a certain use case. You cannot always just go for online migration. Why? What could be wrong with online migration? What could go wrong with online migration? Anyone? Online migration actually takes much longer than offline migration. Is there any reason why it might take longer than offline migration? Yes, anyone? Any logic behind why online migration might be more time consuming than offline migration? Transactions, yes. Online migration might take longer time because there are already active transactions. Your database is already in use, and now your database has to do double that work. Okay. It has to communicate with the applications, client application, and at the same time, it has to also copy data to another location. So it has to do double the activities, which will actually take longer time. But even though online replication or online migration takes longer than offline migration, it can do that without any downtime. That's the benefit. So while your migration takes place, migration might need more time to complete, but it will not result in a downtime. Rather, your end users, if it is done properly, your end users won't even feel any difference. Okay. Now, what kind of assessment I did just now? It was just migration to PaaS service. Can we migrate it to, let's say, a managed instance? Yes, we can migrate to managed instance, but then you have to use this option, SQL Server Database Managed Instance. Now, if you are planning to migrate to managed instance, Azure has actually introduced another tool to do this migration, which is called Azure Data Studio. You can use Azure Data Studio to actually migrate everything. Azure Data Studio can actually give you even pricing detail, like what pricing plan you should use for managed instance. So let's create an assessment report for SQL database managed instance. Same options, you have to check